you? This, yeah, it's this one. See the beaters on? On. Yeah, working. Or it's that one.
It's that one I've got as well.
I don't really like it. I don't really like holding it on. Yeah. Well, shall we give ourselves the option? Because where you are, I am. Yeah, that's right. We're just giving ourselves options. That's
Okay,
all.
yeah, it does work.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So that's on now. Yeah.
That's on now, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's time. Right, we're ready.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see so many people. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Simon Danks. I have the privilege of being the chairperson of the board. It's fantastic to be back together, isn't it? 3 years. 3 years ago, this weekend, we were sitting in this room for the last AGM we had face-to-face. And for those of you that have been with us on Zoom for the last couple of years, thank you very much for your presence. I'm going to look up to the camera, and hopefully I'm almost looking in the eyes of the people that are watching via the YouTube channel. You're very welcome as well, and it's great that you are with us and taking advantage of technology. In particular, what struck me last year on our Zoom annual general meeting was the number of people that were watching and taking part from Africa. And that really blessed me. Really blessed me that the technology allows our partners and our friends and those that benefit from what we do here in the UK to take part. So those of you in Africa, you are really welcome. And we are so pleased that you can take part with us today. So we're going to spend a little bit of time just celebrating together. For those of us that have a faith, this is an important part of how we work out our faith. And Twam is not embarrassed about being a Christian charity. As I thought about how to open up, my thoughts went to a sermon that I preached last November. And I thought, God, I can't just recycle an old sermon. Especially when it was about fireworks night, because in June, fireworks night does not work. But I actually felt that the two passages that were the readings, I go to an Anglican church, and so on that day I didn't have anything specific that the rector wanted me to talk about, so I just picked up on the readings, the lectionary readings. The first one was from Jonah, and many of us will know the story of Jonah. He rebelled, he did not want to go to Nineveh, he got on a ship and off he went. And we know he was chucked overboard in the fish, spewed up next to Nineveh, and into Nineveh he went. The Bible tells us he only needed 8 words. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overturned. 8 words was all he needed to transform the state of that city. There's a sewing kit over there, a plumber's kit, I can't see what that one is. There's an electrician's kit, the carpentry kit. Most of these things fit in a cardboard box. It does not take much to transform somebody's life. It does not take much to transform somebody's future. And not only their own future, but the future of their family. And I'm really grateful for all that we do. Because when those of us that have had the chance to go to Africa actually see it, you realise just how much it means to people that you meet. So Jonah's 8 words. For us, it's a handful of tools. For some people, it's life-changing. The other reading that was on that morning was of Jesus' calling of the initial disciples. Now, the initial disciples were a bit of a ragged bunch. I'm not drawing any comparisons to the people I see in front of me. Because, of course, I don't know some of you. I know those I do know, I am drawing that comparison. But what struck me about that group of initial apostles, those initial disciples, Jesus commissioned them. They went far east. They went way north. They even started to go out towards Spain and up into modern-day Europe. Those disciples, that bunch of people that you would never have put together, transformed the world because they took the message of Jesus Christ. And in a way, this bunch of people, most of whom I wouldn't know any of you if it weren't for Twam. But we've been brought together for a purpose. And our purpose is really important in what God wants to do in showing and demonstrating the love of God and demonstrating how the kingdom of God works in the world. And so we are part of that bigger picture of what God is doing across the earth. We might be a funny bunch of people doing a really quite strange thing, but we're all called to it, and we experience God's blessing. So thank you for what you do, because you're part of it. You are part of this group that puts these kits together and allows us to give people that small box that's going to transform their lives. Like Jonah's 8 words, they are life-changing. So we're going to celebrate together now. I'm going to hand over to Brian, and we're going to sing.
Right, good morning everyone. It's lovely to see you all here. I had a bit of an issue because you may remember, those who were here 3 years ago, that I had a guitar. And then we went into lockdown, and I'm afraid my guitar just never came out of its case. Life was far too busy. And then when I took it out of its case eventually, it had shrunk rather dramatically. So we've got this. And then, can I introduce you to James? All I'm going to say at this stage is, welcome James, but he's got his own speech later on, his own thing later on. And he's got a citern, which I've never heard of, never seen before, but it sounds a lovely instrument. So between the two of us, hopefully, we can really enjoy ourselves this morning. So we're going to sing 2 songs. The first one is called Jesus is the Name We Honour. And I think for all of us, certainly on the board, and for many of you as well, the reason why we have Twam, the reason why we're involved with Twam, is because we want to honour the Lord and make his name and put him at the centre. And certainly in all our board meetings, we start, we finish, and even in the middle, we will have prayer time. And so let's all stand and sing this song. I suspect all of you should know this one. Jesus, song we're going to sing is My Life is in You, Lord. And I took this from Romans 15. May the God who gives endurance and encouragement give you the same attitude of mind towards each other that Christ Jesus had. So we're looking always at what the Lord is doing, but then amongst us we're all working together, and it's great that we're working in this case in that aim to help people who are far worse off than we are. So let's sing My Life is in You, Lord. My life is in You.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one who didn't know that second one, because I've never heard that one before either. So can I just point out, so I'm Mike Griffin, the Chief Executive. For those of you who don't know me, please do come and say hello. But I just need to point out, of course, in the event of a fire, there's a fire exit over there. There's another one here which will take you out into the garden, or, of course, back the way you came, and then we will assemble in the car park to wave the fire engines in when they arrive. But we live in hope, don't we? So thank you all again for coming from my perspective, and we want to really just begin with what matters. We can talk figures, we can talk tools, we can talk about all the things we achieve, but ultimately it's about lives changed. That's what we're talking about today. And I want to share with you 3 stories. Some would have heard these before, but due to some little thing, I can't remember for the life of me what it is, we haven't been travelling abroad, have we? So I've had to choose my favourites today. But they are ones, I think, which highlight 3 things for us. The first is the amazing impact of tools. Beyond this point to which you would almost think, I wasn't telling the truth if you didn't hopefully know that I am. The second is really then narrows down to just the desperation that can be transformed through tools. And the third, just a really inspiring story of what is probably, of all of them, at the heart of what Tools with a Mission wants to do. And the first one is going to Lusaka in Zambia, to one of the poorest communities that we visited on one of our first visits, and to a school called Emmanuel School. It has 500 pupils. It has an orphanage with 8 children in it, and it's run by a very small Brethren church of 40 members. About 180 of their students are able to pay school fees. The remainder don't pay anything. And when we say school fees, that amounts to about £2 a month, which isn't much here, and it's not much there. either. And if I were to ask any of you, or if you had one of those lovely letters, will you help us from the school? How much will we be genuinely talking about if we decided we want to help that school to run for a year? Well, if you take government figures, the government would ask around £200 per year per student school fees. That's the government fees, and yes, that is a lot of money compared to £6. Then 500 pupils, £100,000. Could we do that? Maybe one or two of you could, in which case please have a chat to me afterwards. But we won't be talking about the school in Zambia. But probably for most likely all of us, impossible. Maybe once if we sold our pension, but £100,000 this year, next year, year after. And they did come to Twam for help, but they didn't ask for £100,000. They knew there wasn't any point because they would look forever to get that kind of funding for a small school in the back end of one of the poorest communities in Lusaka. What they asked from us was a carpentry workshop kit and some sewing machines. Then they got themselves a free loan of a small workshop, doesn't look much. They filled it with the tools. Then they recruited church members and parents of the pupils to make furniture. First of all, to equip the school, and then, importantly, to sell to raise funds for the school. And it's a very busy workshop. They're making a very nice wardrobe here. They make beds, they make anything and everything, and it's really very good quality furniture. And this was funding that school, almost entirely when we were there. Not quite, but nearly there. But of course, a large proportion of a school's budget is staff costs. And the honest answer is that this workshop cannot fund the cost of the staff. That's where the sewing machines come in. Because again, during the day, they're making the school uniforms. But in the afternoons and the evenings, the teachers are using them to make clothes that they sell to raise support for themselves. So a school of 500 pupils requiring £100,000 based on the government's demand for fees is actually being funded by a carpentry workshop kit costing about £240 to collect, refurbish and send to Africa, and a few sewing machines costing about £25 each. So it could be £100,000 every single year, and by UK school budgets, that's a bargain, or it could be £300 once. Now, if it wasn't true, you wouldn't believe it, would you? But that is the impact of what we do. It's absolutely extraordinary. And the things we're sending were basically going to landfill, which is just an extra tick, but it almost shows the horror of landfill, doesn't it? When you think what they can do. And it is absolutely life-transforming to see these big pictures. And we have story after story after story of schools and communities transformed by a few tools in the hands of, and the crucial bit I haven't mentioned yet, utterly and completely inspirational people. Because we will be nothing without them. Who actually stand up and say, you know something? We don't want to ask for money because money runs out. You give us what we need and we'll do the rest. And that is absolutely extraordinary. So Emmanuel School, is the first one. Then I think unquestionably the story I probably talk about the most is the Upimi project. This is also in Lusaka, and it's a very tragic story of young people forced into sex work at the age, for many of them, anything between 12 and 14. And that will certainly be the case of the two young ladies we're looking at now, Purit and Gladys. And this is a story of utter and complete tragedy and desperation. The Upimi Project offers young girls a way out of sex work. They'll tell us in their own words in a sec why they're involved in it. But you cannot go to the likes of Purit and Gladys and say to them, you shouldn't be doing this. They know that. They don't want to. You have to say to them, you shouldn't be doing this. And here is an alternative. And as soon as you say that, they're with you. So they're learning tailoring and knitting. And Purit tells us her story. I am 18 years old and live with my grandmother, 3 brothers and 2 sisters, because my mother died this year and my father died a few years before. My grandmother is a widow and has no income. I have never been to school. I want to learn sewing and how to make peanut butter because I need to help my grandmother to buy clothes and food. And then in tears, she just whispered to me, I want to be a good girl. Now, what she's just said sums everything up. The first thing that sums up is that she's lost both her parents. She's the eldest. She is now a child-headed family. She has never been to school. Now, that is very unusual. That speaks of extreme ultra-poverty, not to have ever been to school. The grandmother took them in. There are no pensions. She has no money to look after them. So what is the one and only thing that Purit can do to help her family? Well, she can use the one and only asset she has, which is her body. And the gangs very quickly pick up girls like Purit, and they tell the stories of what it's like to go and then be put into the bars and on the streets at night, and those are utterly unrepeatable stories. Gladys, very similar. I am 19 years old and live with my grandparents, here we go, because my parents died 3 years ago. I have 3 brothers and 3 sisters. I had to drop out of school because there was no money for fees. I come here because I want to help my sisters and brothers. I am the oldest and I want to help them go to school. I want my own sewing machine and knitting machine to start a business in the market. So again, it's exactly the same story of utter tragedy, as if losing your parents isn't enough, losing your home, losing your school, losing your future. Then the only thing left open to you is to go into sex work. And when I was taking her pictures, Gladys just switched into the provocative pose that I said to her, look, I'm not taking pictures like this. And I nearly deleted it, and I thought, no, I'm actually going to keep this one because it just sums up the years and years of damage done to her mentally. That man looks at me straight into a pose. And that's all got to be undone. And that was her then. She said, I want to go and pose with my knitting machine. And it's a lovely picture because the message coming out of this is, it's not just a knitting machine. This is my one chance to escape. My one chance to look after my brothers and sisters. My one chance not to be dead in 2 or 3 years somewhere on a filthy street. And she's almost caressing it because she's loving that machine and what it's going to do. And the project looks after all of these young girls. Some of them have babies. Some have 3 or 4 babies. No idea who the fathers are. And they also do counselling. And they also do prayer. And they also do all the stuff that has to be done because there is years and years and years of damage in these young girls' lives. But again, what's changed them? What's given them a chance to escape and have hope? It's a sewing machine. For most of them, Gladys wants a knitting machine, but for most of them, just give me a sewing machine. And 2 or 3 just stood and cried to me and said, I just need a sewing machine when I finish. Well, they've all got a sewing machine when they finished. But again, I would challenge anybody in the whole world to stand up and tell me a better way to spend £25 than provide one of these girls with a sewing machine. I can't imagine there's a single person in the world who could tell me a better way to spend £25. And that wasn't an appeal to spend £25. It's the point, isn't it? But feel free to do so. But it's the point, isn't it? This is what Twam does. And when you're talking about 3,500, 4,500, 5,500 sewing machines a year, the impact, it is unbelievable, isn't it, of what we're doing. These are truly, truly inspirational stories. And then let's go to Uganda. Bit of balance, because obviously we're in Uganda and we're in Zambia, we're in DR Congo, we're in Zimbabwe. From next year we will be in Malawi, and possibly the end of next year we'll be returning to Tanzania. That's part of the growth, of Twam. But let's talk about Sophie and Immaculate. Sophie is the one in the very nice traditional dress, and Immaculate's on the other side in the black. They used to be called a tank top, didn't they? I'm not sure what they're called these days. I was listening to a church leader quite recently, and she said this. She said, the church is very good at helping people after they have fallen off the cliff, but we need to get much better at stopping people falling off the cliff in the first place. And she meant, no, we do food banks and things like that, but that's too late, isn't it? You've got to stop people getting to the food bank in the first place. Now, I'm not actually quite sure how you do that in that kind of setting. But in our kind of setting, it's easy. And in our kind of setting, it's fantastic we're helping Gladys and Purit. But if only when they were 12 and 13, we could have stopped it then and stopped them falling off the cliff in the first place. That surely has got to be the aim. Well, let's see if we've achieved that at all. Because Immaculate is a great example of that. She attends Mindset Development. They're our partner in Uganda, so they're the people who receive our tools, distribute them on our behalf, help run our local bank account, so people can contribute towards their shipping costs, all those things like that. They're an amazing partner, but their main role is actually training young girls, vulnerable young girls, in tailoring and catering. And Maureen, who runs it, you're going to hear from later on this afternoon. Now, Sophie is an ex-student. Immaculate's actually right in the back of this picture, in between the girl in the blue and the girl in the green and white stripe. Sophie is an ex-student, and since she left Mindset, she's been offering apprenticeships to a number of the students who currently go there. And Immaculate's aunt, when she went there, approached Sophie and said, will you look after her? Now, she's such an incredible woman that she said, yes, I'm very happy to do so. And let's get a picture there. She said, I will bring her into my business. Now, she has an amazing little business. She was making clothes, but not doing so well. There's not a lot of money to be made in making clothes. Then she realised that traditional dress, like she's wearing here, has a very high profit margin. So she made herself one. Then she went and walked down the streets and all through the market. So people would come and say, oh, what a lovely dress. Where did you get it? Funny you should ask. And she has built up an amazing business, doing that. And it's allowed her to then bring lots of different girls in over the years to offer them an opportunity to train with her. So Immaculate is there along with Sophia's younger son. She has sewing machines now from us. She has knitting machines from us. But Immaculate joined Mindset because she lost her parents. There's a familiar phrase coming out again, isn't it? She had to drop out of school. Here we go again. And she had to go and live with the aunt who went and spoke to Sophia about taking her on in an apprenticeship. That is exactly the same story as Gladys and Purett. And this is the point, like that church leader was making a point, this is the point you stop them from falling off the cliff in the first place. And Immaculate's story then changes from that terrible path of Purett and Gladys. Because she went off to Mindset, she got a place on a tailoring course. She was there for a couple of years. There's no cost to that course whatsoever, so people like her who have no money and no prospects and nothing to offer can go in and be supported. She has been given a gift of a Twam sewing machine, and her life could not be more different. Her life is going down the route of Sophie's. So Sophie then, through all the money she's made through tailoring a traditional dress, has built herself this house. It may not look much, but actually it's jolly impressive that she's managed to build this for herself. On the end you see a garage. It wasn't supposed to be a garage. This was going to be her workshop. But just as she finished building her house, another family, young family in the community, lost theirs and had the prospect of living on the streets. Now that's not good anywhere, it's certainly not good here. So about 2 years ago, Sophie actually offered the garage to this family, and they're still there. Again, it's not much, but compared to living on the streets, it's absolutely fantastic. Which is why her lounge is now full of sewing machines and knitting machines, because she can't put them in here because there's a family living there. But see, this is the other incredible impact of Twam. It's like throwing a stone into a pond and the ripples come out. You help one person, you help dozens of people. So we help Sophie, and she helps Immaculate and about 7 other girls. They in turn will come back and offer help to other girls because they've been helped. The common phrase is, I must help others because I have been helped. So the ripples go out. And then they go out even further because she's done so well in tailoring. She has a house, she has a garage, a family who would have lived on the streets, and there's only one end to that story, and we've already heard it from Gladys and Purett, now have somewhere they can live. And where did that all come from? It came from a couple of Twam sewing machines. And this is what they've achieved. It's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? So we have another remarkable story, but we have a remarkable story of someone who so easily could have seen their lives completely destroyed, but they weren't. And that is the heart of Twam. Sophie is an incredible woman. And again, it sums up the story that it's not just the tools. The tools themselves can't achieve anything until they're given to inspirational people. And they may be the people who start all these amazing groups that we support, or they may be the people that come and train in them. But they are inspirational people. And they're people who have decided, we can do this. We know the challenges of our community. We know we can meet the challenges. Just give us, literally, give us the tools to do it. That's all we ask of you. Give us the tools to do it. And invariably, much like the first story, just once. Just give them to us once. Because after that, if tools break, we can probably source some things locally. We can learn to repair them because we can work on that. Give us a sewing machine once, and when that does break in 5-10 years, because they will, we'll have earned enough money that we can replace it. Maybe we'll ask Twam for one, but we can replace it. So it's not, I'm coming back again and again and again and again and again. No, just once. Pure it. Just please, just give me a sewing machine. And I'll do everything else to change my life and that of my siblings. Absolutely phenomenal. And as we look later on, at the 1 million tool challenge, we have no aspirations to be a mega charity. We have no aspirations to have a second refurbishment centre because isn't that a great thing to have another big one like Ipswich? We have no aspirations to boast about how well we're doing. And one aspiration is when 500 kids aren't going to school, we help them. When people like Gladys and Purett come to us, and all they do, they are not turned away. And best of all, when the Immaculates of this world are heading down that road of Gladys and Purett, we can help those who say, no, you're not. You are not going down that road. We are stopping that right now. And for all of them to then turn around and say, now you've helped us. We are going to pay you back. Not by helping you, we don't want to help, by helping the others in our community to turn their lives around too. And this is what Twam's about. And when you think we're sending 15,000 toolkits and machines to Africa every year, you realise the impact on what is a very small charity. Let's not pretend otherwise. A very small charity is absolutely phenomenal. And when we achieve the 1 million tool challenge with the help of rugby, we'll talk about that later on, I think we'll just see what an incredible blessing it is. So that's my 3 inspirational stories of amazing people. And again, with your support and your help, there will be thousands and thousands and thousands more. So thank you for listening. It's now time for a break. We have a 30-minute break. You've had your cookies, now it's time for your cake. I wouldn't look at that one with a lot of hope, but there's some nice stuff out there. So again, go and have a cup of coffee. You can spill out onto the car park. But if you also want to, through both fire exits, there's a lovely garden at the back. You can go out into the garden with your teas and your coffees and your cake, and then we shall return for the AGM. Highlight of the day in 30 minutes. And if you don't know where they are yet, the toilets are out that door and down the corridor left, and the disabled toilet is back out to the front, and it's just round here. Thank you, everybody. Feel free to go and get your tea, your coffee, your fruit tea. Schedule.
Right. church in London in 2 weeks' time.
I would say I would now, because I just left, but 2 weeks' time my daughter will be on. It's really nice to meet you. No, I live there.
We would have retired to see how the right taking part. But children still doing that in Yeah. So right. Yes,
That's
so
great. Great to meet you. Big office.
Oh, that's a spare one, thank you. Oh yeah, we've had all the fun of batteries falling out. Thank you. Oh, yes.
If we have people sitting outside, can I encourage you to make your way back in and take your seat, please? Okay, we're going to be giving a countdown shortly to anybody else that wants to come into the room. Are you coming and sitting on the front row, Ian? The heckle will come from my left. Okay. I hope you've all had your sugar fix. The downers will be at lunchtime, just to call it back down. Do you enjoy getting this? Yes. Great, isn't it? But isn't it lovely to hear Mike talk through some of those in some more depth? It's great to see the impact that we have. So we're starting a couple of minutes late. The AGM is meant to take us half an hour. Well, that's all the time the Chief Exec will give me. I'm very sorry, but we have to stay legal. And one of the things that we had to do was to define the members, the list of members. So if you are a member, you have a voting card. And so when we do the voting, it's only members that are allowed to vote. I'm very sorry, but this is to make sure that we stay within the rules of the Charity Commission. However, when it comes to questions, I will welcome questions from anybody. You do not need to be a member to ask questions through the AGM. So we'll stick to the agenda. Welcome to the 2022 AGM, which is looking at the financial year of November 2020 through to end of October 2021. Brian, have you had any apologies for absence?
Yes, I've had 17 apologies, 16% of their voting cards. I'm not going to list their names because I know, although they're not here today, some of them are actually watching us all on camera. So,
Okay, thank you. Has anybody else carrying apologies from anybody else? Would anybody like to declare an apology? No, thank you. There is a set of minutes that members have received in your pack. This is a set of minutes from last year's Zoom-based AGM. Does anybody have any questions over the content of the minutes of last year's AGM? No. In that case, could I ask somebody to propose the acceptance of these minutes? Thank you, Andy. And someone to second? Tim, thank you. Members, all those in favour of accepting these minutes as a true record of last year's AGM, please vote. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Nobody against, Brian. Thank you. Does anybody like to raise any matters arising? No, and I have none to raise. I said we were going to try and rattle through this. Something I will talk about in a short time is that we are still without a formal treasurer. Tim Elliott has been performing some oversight, and we also, in terms of our governance, because we were without a formally qualified treasurer, we have put in place a finance subcommittee within the board. So we've improved our governance to ensure some good financial oversight. So I'm grateful to my board members that have stepped up for that. You will have seen the One Amazing Year document, hopefully, which includes the very, very top-level summary of income and expenditure. Hopefully, some of you have also gone to the effort of downloading the full set of accounts from the website. The top-level summary is that we are very cash-rich. To a certain extent, we make no apology for that, and if the Charity Commission were to challenge us, then I would show them our strategic plan and the activities that we are hoping to achieve over the next couple of years, and the fact that we will be rewriting our strategic plan in 2 years' time. Last year we showed a surplus, a very large surplus of £190,000. But as Mike is going to talk to you about in terms of the 1 million tool challenge, we need to be ready for that. And so, as I say, we are carrying a high level of cash at the moment, and that is the outstanding feature from the accounts. But I make no apology, we are getting ready to do some significant work. Those of you that have had a chance to read through the accounts, does anybody have any questions based on the annual report? No questions. Has anybody read the annual report? I've got some people waving at me. Some people that actually took part in writing it are waving at me, so that's very encouraging. In that case, if nobody has any questions, could I have somebody to propose the acceptance of the annual report? Tim, thank you. And somebody to second it? Keith, thank you. All those in favour of, or the members in favour of accepting the annual report, please wave your cards. Thank you very much. All those against? That's none against, Brian. We're doing all right. So I've done 4 and 5 together there. Appointment of auditor. Jan, is this our 3rd year of full audit? Yeah. So for a number of reasons, we moved 3 years ago to having a full financial audit of our accounts. That was as we were working through our legal status in Scotland. Having deregistered in Scotland, we as a board decided it was only right to continue to have our accounts go through the full audit process with ENSAs. We will be thinking about going to market and looking for and doing a tender to ensure that ENSAs are giving us the best value and the best sort of service. But for this year, the board are proposing that we continue with ENSAs for 1 more year. Could I have somebody propose that we continue with ENSAs for 1 more year? Tim, thank you. Is there any member who would like to propose second that we continue with ENSAs? Ian, thank you very much. So, members, those in favour of us continuing with ENSAs as our auditor for another year, you show your cards. Thank you very much. Is anybody against that decision? No. Thank you. We move on to the reappointment of trustees. So you will be aware that trustees stand for a term of 3 years. And so every year, 1 or 2 trustees come up. This year, and I'll say a little more shortly, we have a couple of people that have retired from the board, and I will cover that in my report in a couple of minutes. But those trustees standing for reappointment this year are myself and Keith Holborn. For those of you who don't know Keith, would you stand up for me? Keith, ex-purchasing manager from British Airways, brings a certain type of experience to the board. I'm going to take these together. Would somebody propose that Keith and myself are re-elected as trustees? Thank you, Paul. Paul Seymour. Somebody would like to second that decision for me? Trevor Cox. Thank you, Trevor. All those in favour of Keith and myself serving another 3 years, wave your cards. Thank you very much. Anybody against that decision? No. Thank you. Keith? Another 3 years of staring at each other on Zoom calls. Item 8 is retiring trustees. I have included that in my report, which I will give shortly, so we will move on. So item 9, election of officers. The board have asked me to continue, and we are vacant for treasurer, and Brian Orchard is willing to continue as secretary. This is not a legal vote, but it is our custom as a charity to bring the officers to the AGM each year. So for myself and Brian to continue serving in our roles, could somebody would like to propose that, please? Jan, thank you very much. Another member to second that decision? Thank you. Nigel? All those in favour of the two of us continuing in those roles? I see the first hand up is a board member, I see. Thank you. And anybody against that decision? No, thank you. Thank you very much. So that's the really exciting bit. So we'll move on to the chair's report. Depending on how long you're talking for, we might
An hour.
To be honest with you, I don't like doing this. I don't like preparing for this bit of the AGM, because I always feel that AGMs are a little bit backward looking, whereas there are so many exciting things to talk about, and Mike's going to get the pleasure of talking about the exciting stuff that's on the way. However, this year, similar to last, and even the year before that, I've appreciated taking the moment of reflection. For those of you that we put out a video to volunteers, the wider volunteer community, at the beginning of last year, and I used a phrase repeatedly through that video in the section that I gave, which was, "Thank you for standing by us in a time of great uncertainty." And whilst over this last sort of 12 to 18 months, we have become more used to lockdowns, and we've become more used to social distancing and masks and anti-bac, actually, the uncertainty was still as much as the year before. And so, whatever your role, I really want to say thank you very much, because there has been uncertainty, and I'm sure that through last year, as for example at Ipswich, I know we had the way the flow around the warehouse, the social distancing was thought about. Desks were we had the screens between desks and things like that. It was difficult. Collectors. Since I moved from the west side of Birmingham to just north of Coventry, I have done very little collection because the unit at Coventry just has it nailed in our area. But I think back to all the collections that I've done, and I can't imagine what it would be like to actually try and make a collection whilst whilst respecting all of the COVID restrictions. So thank you to you all for the efforts that you have gone to on behalf of Twam, whilst this last year and the last couple of years has been so strange. But what is great is that through last year, the strategic plan that was created back in 2019 continued to be implemented. Mike, with the staff team and some really core and capable volunteers, have continued to work through that plan, and some great things and exciting things have been happening, not only here in the UK, but in Africa as well. The board, we have continued to tweak and develop our governance processes. I talked about our finance subcommittee. I think we've been in place just over a year as a subcommittee, and we're still learning how to actually do some of that stuff and do some of it well. The charity sector is a changing and developing environment. Some of you know that my wife works in the charity sector at quite a senior level now for a large charity. And so I get it in both ears and from all sorts of directions. And since I came into the role of chair, we've been using the Charity Governance Code. It's a great document that was been prepared by the sector for the sector to help us think through how to run the charity in a way that is honouring of law, but also honouring of a charity's objectives and ensuring that we do things in as excellent a way as we can. We're challenged by ensuring that the board is refreshed regularly. Traditionally, this afternoon we're going to celebrate Bill. We're going to celebrate Bill Dewhurst's service to Twam. The length of time Bill served on the board is stunning. But the Charity Commission these days would struggle with that sort of commitment. They want boards to refresh, to ensure that charities are moving forward and always spotting where they need to move, change to serve their charitable purposes more and more. They don't think that leadership from one visionary individual is necessarily the best thing anymore. So we are challenged with actually thinking about how we refresh the board. And this is something that the board is working hard on at this moment in time. I raise this in particular because we have two retiring directors, and I want to acknowledge those two individuals. I'll start with Andy. Andy's literally just been passed the sign-in board. Those that don't know Andy, he's sitting over there with the mass of grey hair. Grey hair is a crown, Andy, according to the Bible. Andy lives in South Wales. I worked out that in his 9 years on the board, Andy and I came onto the board, we were elected on the same day in Coventry 9 years ago. I've worked out, Andy, that in your 9 years, your travelling to board meetings is the equivalent of going from Cardiff to Entebbe in Uganda and back twice. The fact that he's done this on the British weekend rail service is a commitment to serving this charity beyond that served by many people. Andy, I'm grateful in particular. Unfortunately, John Wright isn't with us. When John Wright retired from the board, you picked up the risk assessment and you worked with that. It wasn't your core skill, but you worked hard to make it come into the board's regular meetings, and we moved forward with risk assessment because of your work, so I'm really grateful. Don't be a stranger to the charity. Make sure you stay in touch with us. The other board member that hung up his toolkit this year is David Gins. David served at board level for 13 years, I think. He started when I first came onto the board, David was company secretary, and a couple of years later he became chair. David has also served as country coordinator for Tanzania. And so there is a lot to thank David for. When I first came onto the board, I was continually impressed by David's ability to take meeting minutes and stay engaged in the meeting as well and give his perspective. It was important. David brought a pile of papers with him to every board meeting. It was quite impressive. This is why he's got a bad back now. But during a board meeting, he could lay his finger on any past decision or point of discussion that we'd had, and it informed the board. And this was important as well. When he became chair, he was passionate and consistent in ensuring that we maintained our Christian identity as a charity. Although he stood down, he is using his skills to ensure that we as a board have got a repository of board decisions, so that that service he gave of knowing where those decisions were, that is going to be available to us as a board moving forward. David, I'm also grateful for the personal encouragement you gave to me on our time on the board together. You encouraged me to be standing here today, and I'm grateful for that. I've enjoyed our friendship, so thank you. So having lost a couple of directors, we're on the lookout. Who wants to look me in the eye? We're actively looking for new people to join the board. We do request and we do look for Christians to be on the board. We are a Christian charity. And so we are looking for Christians to come and serve. In particular, we need an accountant. More than anything else, we need an accountant. But we would really appreciate finding a board member that also understands the fundraising side of a charity. We've been really blessed with Mike's input. Mike came to us with a lot of experience of fundraising. We're going to meet James later on. He's got a great role developing in the charity. But at board level, we need some experience as well. So if any of you know of people that might come and take part, would you come and chat over lunch? I'd be very grateful. And you will see, if you keep your eye on a variety of websites, you will see adverts going out over the course of the rest of the year. That's the official bit. I'm going to go back to holding this up. 3,411 people received this at the same time as you. I think that's fantastic. Our support at e-news goes to 3,186 people. What excites me about that one, when Mike replied to my email this week, was the note that he put in, half of those people are in Africa. Fabulous, isn't it? Technology. We hate it one day, but it gives so many benefits in other ways. We also have 3,700 followers on something called Facebook. I have to admit, I'm not on Facebook. We've got approximately 400 volunteers in the UK. We're grateful for the 7 independent workshops that also support us, and I know that there are people here today that are based in those independent workshops. You play a really important role for us. Thank you very much indeed. But when I emailed Mike this week to ask him what was the circulation number on Twam News now, he sent me the extra statistics. And the final statistic in terms of that sort of support that I just hadn't realised was formal volunteers In Africa, numbers 168. We've got just over 400 volunteers in the UK. We've got 40% more in Africa. This is a charity. Mike says we're a small charity. We're punching way above our weight. We really are. If I consider the 12 months from November 2020 to October 2021, the numbers are sort of here on the banner at the bottom. But in that 12-month period, 13 containers, so much of that time in lockdown, 13 containers, 9,989 toolkits. Trevor, why couldn't you find 11 more? Going, and this is another number that blows me away every time I think about it, going to 341 schools, community projects, and other charities. We heard the story of a handful of people. 9,989 toolkits supports well over 10,000 people directly because of the way they're used in projects. And the ripple effect that Mike talked about is significant. I know that you are all proud of Twam. Whenever you get proud of Twam and what we do, and when you tell people, I was at a function last night supporting my wife, and I told, we had to make an early exit so I could be here this morning, and my wife said, Simon's going off to do his charity bit. So I explain to people, they always say, and you get this as well, wow, what a great idea. And my shoulders square and my chest swells with pride. What I would say to you is, when your shoulders square and your chest swells with pride, A, give praise to God, but let your shoulders go that extra inch, because what you achieve is phenomenal, and I am very, very grateful. I have spoken for much longer than I expected to, but I can't help it once I start talking about you wonderful people in this fantastic charity. So I am going to hand over to Mike for his report. And now you've only got 3 minutes.
Well, I think, yes, looking back, looking into the present and looking forward, the underarching strapline and aim for everything we're doing is probably this, the 1 million tool challenge. We have been in 2 years of pandemic, we're still in an unprecedented world crisis, but we have not stopped. It's very interesting that we apply for a lot of grants, don't get many, but we apply for a lot, and all the grant makers are saying the same thing. We understand no one's doing big core projects. We understand no one's, really going forward. They're just hanging on. So we'll fund the hanging on, and we're thinking, well, we're not hanging on. We're going forward. The plan to see Twam double in size and transform double the amount of lives with 1 million tools really hasn't been delayed by all the stuff that's going on. As Simon's pointed out, we in the first year of the pandemic it was 12 containers, it increased to 14 last year. This year we should be at least 18, and next year we should be going up to about 30. That will depend a lot on how rugby progresses and our new centre there. We recognise it's a very big task, but it shows, I think, determination of staff, of volunteers, of supporters. We are not going to be stopped by doing the things we do, because the people in Africa can't afford us to. They need us to keep going forward. So last year we saw the Northern van enter service, our very first van going up north. We were thrilled last year to purchase 4 new vans, 3 funded by the AL Foundation, 1 major grant funder, and 1 through 2 further smaller grants. The Northern Van is significant because as we step forward in preparing all the donations we're going to have to bring into rugby, then we need the north to open up for us, the north of England, and having a van there to support that and support all the new Rotary clubs and volunteer collectors was really, really important. But yes, our focus right now is rugby, rugby, and rugby. And it is. It has been for the last 9 months. In the amazing way, we have moved from no buildings available in the entire area. I could spend an hour telling you why, but you are not interested. I'm not that interested myself, to be honest. But no buildings available. Anything around, the rent had increased 3 or 4 times what they were when we first looked at it. And then suddenly this building popped up out of nowhere when we were just praying, Lord, you promised us something. You're going to have to give us this building. And praying he would and thinking, oh. But then upturned this amazing building. But we're now at the point of having to fit it out, so we are launching an appeal next week. It's our major appeal of the year. We would normally do one at Easter. We didn't do that one because we knew we were doing this big one to fit out the centre. And as Simon says, whilst financially, we are looking good. The fit-out budget's 159,000 for this building. That just wipes that out. So, and of course, a surplus last year is because we had a lot less cost because we closed the small centres. Now we've suddenly got all the costs of this place. The world changes in August when we take this building on. But we recognise we're in a tough period, which is why this isn't just about asking people, will you please give to this appeal? It's saying, organise events. So we have got a fundraising leaflet that will be coming out to organise things, because they're great ways to raise the profile, and there'll be posters and invitation cards. They're all available. So watch for the letterbox. June the 20th, it will mail. But we do recognise we've gone through 2 unprecedented years when many charities have closed, some quite big ones. Others have seen their income collapse. And we recognise again we are entering a perilous period for all charities, because we come under what would be called non-essential expenditure by many, and therefore the likelihood is we are entering a very, very tough period. And we can expect to take a hit, as we're constantly told we're all going to be destitute in the next few months. And again, I was worried about this, and I was sort of praying, Lord, why are we doing all this? We're massively increasing and everything. And the Lord gave me a verse, which he does. He just put a verse into my head from the New Testament, from the book of Philippians 4, verse 19. Didn't know what it said. So I thought, well, I'll go and look it up. And it was this: you can be sure that God will take care of everything you need, his generosity exceeding even yours in the glory that pours from Jesus. And that's been our experience to date. The way this building has been provided, the way our manager, who we'll talk to later, Nigel, has been provided, everything about it has been absolutely extraordinary. The way the volunteers have come in, key volunteers, like the one that always comes to my mind is Bill Warburton, who joined us, who rang up and said, I'd like to volunteer. I can do tool collecting, but my background is senior management and project management. Is there anything you can do with that? And I was just thinking, oh my goodness, who's going to run this entire project for this new building? And here he was. And he's been absolutely amazing in working tirelessly towards rugby. So yes, we have long periods of challenge to look forward to. It's a huge journey uphill, doubling in size and taking on financial responsibilities when others are all trying to shed them is challenging, but we're on an amazing journey. We really are. And we're seeing daily amazing answers to our needs and our prayers over this journey. So it's going to be great. I can't wait for next year when we're reporting on this incredible building that we've got in Rugby to match Ipswich. It's actually bigger than Ipswich. Don't tell Trevor, he gets really upset about that. But Rugby is bigger than Ipswich. But it's going to be extraordinary. So that's my report, brings us in just a bit over. Any questions? Well, no, let's not say questions. That's dangerous, isn't it? Over lunch, feel free to ask me questions. Very happy to answer any. So one last little bit, Simon.
Thanks, Mike. I wonder, we'll just take a moment. If you're on the staff team, would you stand up for me? Or come in from the cold? Johnny. And Paul's hiding there as well. Trevor's up on the balcony working the sound.
Where's Sheldon?
Sheldon? Come, the three of you come a bit more forward, gents. You're skulking at the back. I talk about us punching above our weight. And I know that there are some volunteers in the room. You put a lot of hours in. I'm really very grateful, and the board are grateful. Mike's very grateful. But the core of this is led by this group of people standing in front of you now. So I would ask, would you please give them a big round of applause? Thank you. Thank you for taking the embarrassment. Okay, the one last item. Our next annual general meeting will be Saturday the 10th of June 2023. So in a year's time this weekend. Venue to be confirmed, but most likely in the Rugby area, so that we can go and feast our eyes on a larger warehouse. And so here closes the annual general meeting. Thank you very much.
Right, okay. Now, Trev, my clicker's not working again. So we're now looking... Perfect. Just a short 15 minutes on the 1 million tool challenge. We've referred to it time and time again throughout our time. And where are we? So within the 5-year strategic plan, which we set up, there were 4 main thrusts. The overseas operation, the UK operation, the tool sourcing and refurbishment side, and fundraising and communication. And today I just want to update you on the first 2 and the most significant steps in the 1 million tool challenge, looking at Africa and looking at the UK, because they have to grow together. Because the UK can't grow and send more tools unless Africa has the capacity to receive them and use them. So I want to look at that. So part of the strategic plan was a timeline, and this is a timeline we agreed, nearly over 3 years ago now. Well, 2020 was a challenging year. We're sick to death of people saying that, aren't we? Because we all know, but it was a challenging year. We managed one overseas trip, Simon and I, before the pandemic hit, literally just before, and we held a team conference in Uganda, and we agreed that the in-country team there would start to process applications. This means instead of the UK country coordinator receiving all the applications for tools, working it through with the applicants, sending endless emails, trying to understand what they're saying when they're not really quite answering the questions, you want them to ask. People in country can take that application and, if need be, just pick up the phone and in one phone call deal with what might be 10, 15 emails. It's really important. It's also important about empowering local people with local knowledge to make local decisions. We really wanted to do that. And we agreed that in Zambia, big tick of that box. We couldn't go to Zambia in the third quarter, but we agreed with them they would do the same. Now, to be honest, it has proved very challenging, as any of the country coordinators will tell you, and we're just really at the point of getting this starting to work well. We also started discussions with our Zambia partner, which is the United Church of Zambia, to open a training and distribution centre. We identified a site, did the project plans, did the costings, had surveys done, started to talk to a couple of other charities, one doing computers, one doing books, who were thinking of hopefully linking with us. And the point really being that we would have a centre where firstly we could teach skills, business training, accounting, all the entrepreneurial skills which you need alongside the knowledge of how to make a dress or how to make a wardrobe if a project is going to work. We wanted to do that kind of training. We also wanted to train in repair. So people, when a sewing machine stops working, someone has a knowledge to get it working again. It doesn't sit on a shelf when it might have years and years of life left, looking after power tools, all that kind of thing. Train people who then go back and train others. We also recognise that in due course, tools will start running out. And it'll be specific tools first. And then if we need to start purchasing them, probably from Asia, I mean, sewing machines will come from Singer, but Singer, India. Then there's no point shipping them to the UK to ship them to Africa. You ship them straight across. So somewhere has to receive them. And it was planned that this would be the training centre that we would send them to. This we didn't do because we had a pandemic to deal with and we couldn't deal with it, and Africa and Zambia, where it was going to be, couldn't deal with it, and we didn't have the finances anyway. So that's the one thing that we have sort of put on hold. Our UK plans for 2020 were tough ones. It was initially the closure of our small workshops in Cowdenbeath in Scotland, Kenilworth in the Midlands, Penarth in South Wales. We hoped particularly Kenilworth and Penarth would reopen as independent workshops, which Kenilworth has done, Penarth will do in due course. The closure freed up the income to really move forward with rugby, and that surplus has highlighted that reality. And I have to say again, we have to give huge credit and thanks to the volunteers in Penarth and in Cowdenbeath who actually shut down their workshops in the middle of the first sort of lockdown and pandemic. How they did that, I do not know, but they did, and it was extraordinary. So we ticked a lot of boxes, considering we are in the midst of one of the worst years in living memory for many of us. And that's quite something. In 2021, as I say, we saw Uganda and Zambia begin the process of approving applications. We did agree the location of the Zambia Centre, but as we said, we haven't gone forward with that. We should have carried out a tools outcome. Now that would have been done by Trevor, the Ipswich manager, had he gone to Zambia. We're actually literally just talking to groups. Do you really need these tools? Are there tools missing from this kit that you would like? Are we sending enough of this, enough of that? So that will wait until we are able to go, once again in force, as it were, to Africa. In terms of UK operations, we began our volunteer recruitment campaign for collectors in the north of England and the Midlands, and for the refurbishment centre, and the volunteers are starting to come in. Interestingly, quite a lot of the response has actually been Rotary clubs becoming collection points as well, and that's a huge amount of work that's going on. So again, that's pretty impressive for the period that we are going through, that nearly every box has been ticked. Then this year, Well, we didn't recruit staff for the new Zambia Centre because we haven't opened it. Our Zimbabwe partner did begin to help process applications. So Zimbabwe has joined Zambia and Uganda. Our UK operations we did get Coventry open 5 days a week in preparation for employing the first manager, and that was done about 4 or 5 months ahead of schedule. We then appointed Nigel Hyde as our first Midlands manager, and he started in January, again ahead of schedule. We didn't appoint a UK operations manager to handle our shipping, as Lynn Walker, our long-suffering volunteer operations manager, volunteered to look after the containers from Rugby as well, for the time being. I better add that because she's probably watching. But Lynn has enabled us not to have to take on an extra cost. So that's a tick, that's a cross, but it's a kind of cross you want, really, isn't it? Not to have to take on extra costs. And the plan was, all those years ago, that we would open the new centre in the Midlands in the 3rd quarter of this year, and we do expect to take possession of the new building in August. So that is within the 3rd quarter, right on time. And we are now advertising for the apprentice for Rugby, and just got our first application on Friday. So again, it sounds like a crack record, but to achieve this at a time like this is simply extraordinary for a small charity. And the credit has to go, as Simon said, to the staff, but the volunteers, some of whom do effectively work full-time for us, as they remind me, are amazing in doing this. Absolutely amazing. And as we said, we've also placed a van in the north of England, and we were so pleased to see that go. And Nigel has joined us as our manager, and I'm just going to invite Nigel up very quickly because we run out of time, Nigel, so come on. I know you're ready. Stand there. Oh yeah, it should be on. 2 questions for Nigel. And then do have a chat to Nigel over lunch. Nigel, what do you most enjoy about working for Twam?
Well, you know what? What an organisation. It's absolutely amazing to be part of this. I find it amazing, totally humbling as well. Mike asked me these questions. What do you most enjoy about Twam? I've made some notes because I didn't want to miss any of this out. The staff at the Ipswich Centre, absolutely unbelievable, give me so much support. Whenever I've got a question, they're there on the end of the phone. They're just brilliant. We've got the volunteers in the Coventry Centre are just pure gold. I've got to mention Ian over there does a fantastic job, and Nigel over there. Their support has been absolutely amazing for me. Each day I get Ian or Nigel come and say, "You seen this bit at all? What's this bit at all do?" And I never realised how many different types of sewing machines there are. But it's just absolutely amazing. So I feel totally supported. Each day is a different day. We get deliveries every single day. And I just found it amazing the way that God provides on every single day. In the sense that about a couple of months ago, because we were doing 6 kits a week, 6 carpentry kits over that. Please have a look because they're really proud of those. We're now doing them to 12 a week. So we were short of 10 hand planes. And Mark Nicholson, you just saw him on the video there. He came in, and it was like 6 hours to go before these kits had to go. I just said, "Lord, I'm not going to do it." And then Mark jumped out of the van and says, "Awesome, finished planes here, ready to be put in kits." And it's every day is something that is just quite amazing. And if you tell people, they'll be, "Yeah, it's just coincidences." It's not coincidences. It's just actually God. It's just absolutely amazing. So meeting all the people who bring all the tools to us is absolutely amazing. I had this lady who dropped off some garden tools. She says, "I've got something in the boot for you, but I don't want you to have it." It's like, okay. So I took the garden tools. Thank you very much. Yeah. So what's this thing now? It's a sewing machine. Oh, we love sewing machines. They all go to Africa. yeah, I wanted to have it, but it was my mum's. I really feel like I really feel an attachment to it. And I said, well, what you could do is write your name in the inside of the cover. Mean nothing else to anybody else. So she wrote her name. She wrote her mum's name in there, and put it down. She said, can you do me a favour? Can you hang on to it for 24 hours before I do it? I said, that's fine. It'll just stay there. She rang me up the next day. She said, I've decided I want it to go to Africa. And it's just those little stories. It's just making a real difference.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't
I
finished.
thought I could talk, I tell you. Now, second question. And I know it's going to be a very, very hard one, Nigel, but what are you looking forward to during 2022?
We just got 20 minutes, yeah? Right, okay, so basically what I'm looking forward to is getting Twam known in rugby. I started here in January. Before that, I hadn't really heard of Twam. I've got some big ideas of how I want to go into rugby. I want to get Twam known over there. We're just in final discussions of having this set up in Rugby Town Centre for a whole week. I and some volunteers will be there for the whole week, talking to people, and I think I really am looking forward to that one there. The big thing is getting the keys to the new building. I'm so excited to see what Twam's going to do, but what God's going to do. God's going to do some amazing things. Seeing this dream come to reality. Sourcing and equipping the workshops. I think that's going to be absolutely fantastic when we get the workshops all up and running. I want people to come down to the open days, and when people drop in, I want the real wow factor. People go and go, wow, yeah, I get it. I get the whole vision. I get what you're doing. The most exciting thing I'm looking forward to is packing our first container. Should be by the end of the year. I know Mike said about October time. We could probably do that. I'm quite ambitious. But what I want to do is I want to stand there, all the volunteers here. I want to have a lovely cake like that. We'll have a big party. We're going to get a bottle of champagne, crack it on the side of the container and go, we've done it. We've done it. And let's just keep it from there.
Okay, thank you, Nigel. So obviously we've got to work on his enthusiasm, but other than that, thank you. Yes. But we are delighted beyond words for Nigel joining us, and so thankful to God for bringing him to us, and you can see he's going to do an amazing work. So this is our new building. That's what it looks like now. Our aim is by the time we've finished with it, and the landlord has it will look like this. I mean, they are spending a fortune upgrading this building for us, and we're incredibly grateful for 2 months worth of work. I think they're in the midst of at the moment, and it will just be transformed. The main workshop goes back, and you can see it's like a TARDIS behind the office block sitting at the front, an enormous yard, which we have as well. So the downstairs will be all volunteer rooms, a volunteer canteen, a volunteer lounge, a cloakroom. Upstairs will be offices. This won't mean too much to you, and I'm happy to go over this at lunchtime if anyone wants to look at it. It's just a plan of how we're laying it out. I just want to get the message across. We've done a lot of work on this, and we've thought very carefully about how we need to lay out all the different work areas. That's on the ground floor, and then we have a huge mezzanine running across the top, and again that will be a vast sewing machine area, knitting machines, computers, everything up the top. I just wanted to give you the impression of the work we're putting in to make this happen. So how are we doing with the 1 million tool challenge? Well, we're doing very well, thank you. We're doing absolutely incredibly. Thank you. And I say the donations of equipment are starting to come in. You know, we've had a big donation from Amazon. Next week we are receiving a huge donation of equipment and racking from Debenhams. They've gone, but they haven't gone everywhere. There's still empty shops and warehouses, and so a huge delivery is coming from them. Another huge commercial company in Bristol is supplying us with a lot more equipment. So it's just phenomenal, you know. And again, I think we acknowledge, you know, no one had heard of COVID when we put this plan in place and thought, no, God's giving us this plan. And the wonderful thing is COVID's pretty awful, but God's amazing. Enough. Don't worry about that. I've got it covered. And this is just the evidence for that. So that's where we are. I hope you've been encouraged by that and the work we're doing. Do talk to the staff. You've seen them all now. And Nigel, I say, give yourself half an hour. Would love to talk to you. I would also point out we have Christmas cards for sale, £1 a pack. That's a bargain, isn't it? We want to get rid of these, we really do. So our lovely volunteer, Arda, is out there near the food for these. Please do go and buy some. Please, go and buy some. It's now time for food. Now, there's loads of it, so don't panic. What are you saying to me? Yes, and don't forget, because Bill and Beryl, who are leaving us, very sad, we have a lovely cake for them. So go and have a look at the cake as well. You'll see all the way around the building are the toolkits. I know a lot of you have looked at them already. Please do that. For food, if we can all slowly, because it'll take a while, go out that door there that says toilets, but don't go to the, well, you go to the loo if you want to, but don't go to the loo, turn right, and then you'll see it's all laid out on the table. You can go both sides of the table, and it's there, and sit around or go out and back into the garden for lunch, and we will return at 1:30. Shall we say grace? Lord, we just want to thank you and praise you and bless you for your goodness and your love and your care. You are an amazing God, and we just want to praise you for that. Now, we thank you for this food. We thank you for each other. We thank you for Twam. Just bless this food to us now, we pray. In Jesus' name. Amen. So that door, but if you're buying a Christmas card, you can go out that door. Oh, going all right so far, isn't it? No pressure, James, to keep up the standard. Yes, I'm cool, he says. Yep. Debenhams is gone, obviously. And again, we haven't got it. We haven't got the rooms for it, but we could have got all the office equipment from a major, I don't know what they are, major company shutting their office and slabs. So people like that, they will give it. But their concern more is it doesn't go to landfill because that looks bad. Yes. So they want to give it as they can. So a lot of companies, that's the big thing now. It's not companies giving because it's nice to give to charity, because it's not nice to send to landfill. We don't care. We don't care. With donation at all. We have got a fantastic guy now who we have Colton and Trust Officer, Colton's here, and he's talking to loads of companies about supporting this. For us, if we looked at one of those pictures of our centre across the road, rugby cement. So we're going to apply to them for a significant grant. Because we did it, we won't know something else. But people like that will support you because you're local. Most people want to support local projects so they can then wave a flag out and say, look, we're doing this once for free. It's a very tough world. But the Lord's world. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Right, okay. No, it is in Rugby. So our current centre is in Coventry, and we were hoping we would move to Coventry. I don't know which side that was. Zambia. Okay. Yeah. Our original plan was we would open the centre in Coventry, but we're now opening that in Rugby. It's only 18 miles away. Yeah, because there was literally nowhere available in Coventry. Yes, because that was a strategic plan, and in the plan it was that we would go to Coventry, but it's now Rugby. So yes, so that was putting up the plan we did 3 years ago. So the location change.
Yeah, what I was thinking was, that's okay, flowers, 2 weeks.
Yes, because they're going to Rugby. Everything. So our current site in Coventry will close in September, and the entire operation will shift to Rugby. Scotland's too far away. The cost of shipping to the UK was simply too costly. And the trouble is, a lot of these small places, they were only open in privilege maybe 1 day a week. Now when you're paying 7 days a week rent, they're all rented. You can't afford to be paying for a building that could be open 7 days. It's not open 7, but we want to open 5, and it's only open 1. It's just incredibly uneconomic. So if you took the 3-week close between them all, they were open less than 1 week, less than 5 days a week, and they were producing very little. Whereas by taking all that cost out and investing into one major place,
Tim, the flowers.
we will double in size. Well, and that's why they want not Scotland, because Scotland we had to leave, but Kenilworth is still open, but they're open independently now under the church. So the church is funding them and looking after them. So we haven't lost Kenilworth, and Penarth is working towards opening. They're just looking for a new building independently. So we didn't want to lose them, but we wanted them to be independent. And then they can open as little or as much as they want. That's fine. But actually, once they take ownership of themselves, they want to be open more because it's about them. So they were very, very tough decisions. But the aim was that we can't afford to have little ones and a big one. But a big one would double our output, the little ones literally couldn't. So it was a hard decision, but they, again, when we talked it through with them, as hard as it was for them, they got it. Which is why they all helped us to close their centres down and do what was best for Twam. Devon and Cornwall, honest answer is nil. Again, it's purely logistics. The van, the nearest van is in Farnham. It can't get there and back in a day. Bearing in mind they're volunteer drivers, many in their 70s. So that's the reason we had to leave. Was it's just not physically possible to collect unless they stay overnight, and then of course the costs are going through the roof. So again, that's to go forward. You have to make some big, tough decisions, and that was probably one of the first we made. We had people collecting in Plymouth, but logistically, it was when we had to go and clear the last lot out. We did have some collectors, and we had to go from Ipswich, and a guy literally went down, stayed overnight, and brought the stuff back. But I mean, we can't afford to that kind of mileage, and also when we don't need to, because we're not short of tools, so we don't have to. A tool we collect around Ipswich, might cost us a penny to collect. I mean, I've no idea. I might have just, but whereas collecting one from Devon and Cornwall might be 10p. It just doesn't make economic sense to have to do that. So we did lose a few collectors, obviously, that we did have down there. We were in Devon and Cornwall. So we had about 9 collectors, I think, in that area. But again, they were happy to collect. But again, because of the nature of the roads and distances, I mean, they were travelling, an hour. It doesn't get you very far in Devon and Cornwall to collect like a bag of tools. So even they were saying, it's not economic for us to be doing this. Yeah. Yeah.
You said that it wasn't put
Yes.
I don't know why the next generation.
Yeah. If you have a chat initially to Johnny, we have a little leaflet we can send you, and Johnny is absolutely lovely. So let me go and show you Johnny.
says that's 1,000. That's okay. Sideboards. Whereas the penny just use This might quite a good one. It wasn't for me personally.
Yes, it's just, yes.
interest myself. Hence, this, so, so I was over there for the first time. I spoke to at least a lot of people. And I rang various organisations that I've now got this list to go back to. So we've now got the ingredients to each town. So they're going to send something. Business is part of it. And through them, they've already said now about getting more, particularly players with an active to talk about the one. You know, just on a flight video that can get Mason, we'll dip into that and see what goes. So get them all, get that engagement.
foot over shoulder. Perfect. We should have changed that picture, James. Look at that little head. Right.
Look at that little head.
Okay. Right, are we ready? Now, we mustn't go to sleep after lunch, must we? And I hope you've all left room for the celebration cake afterwards. It's all got to go. Well, we're now back for our afternoon session. And in many ways, it's one of those very moving times where we say goodbye to my personal view, the most influential person Twam's ever had. And we say hello to almost, as it were, the next generation and the next part of that huge step of the development and the growth of Twam and all that is going to happen in the next few years. So we have our fundraising and communications apprentice James, who joined us last June. So it's a year. In fact, you actually joined us, and about 2 weeks after, you were doing all the filming for the Zoom AGM, weren't you?
That's true,
Yeah. So straight in at the deep end for our James. But James has joined us as our apprentice. James, as I'm sure you'll see as we go through the presentation, that's yours now, mate, isn't it? Is absolutely amazing. And we are so grateful that God has, he'll get embarrassed now, but you don't mind, that God has given us such an incredibly gifted, and intelligent young man to just pick up on all the things that when I look at them, I just think, I don't even understand the question, let alone the answer. And James will just do a bit of research, and it's sorted, isn't it, James? Yes, he says. So we're going to do this as a question and answer, this half hour of hello to James. So firstly, James, what brought you to Twam?
Well, before I was at Twam, I was doing something completely different, actually. I was teaching English in China. So that was studying Chinese language, so completely different, essentially. And that fell apart when the pandemic started. So I was sort of left in England thinking about what I wanted to do and really thinking about, my future. And I thought that I wanted to kind of play my part in however small, in reducing some of the suffering in the world. That was my goal, really. So I started looking around for charity work, and I saw this one come up on Indeed. And someone had advertised the post for fundraising apprentice on Indeed, which Mike's told me no one did that.
We didn't do that.
Yeah,
no.
I wasn't a member of staff who did that, so I'm not sure who advertised that post, but I'm very glad they did, because I was able to find it and apply for it. And I just saw an opportunity, because I'm the kind of person that's very interested in
other countries and other cultures, and in particular countries and cultures that have experienced oppression. You know, I'm very interested in Palestine and Iran. And so my way of kind of showing support for these countries is to learn their language and learn their music, but it's not a very tangible way of helping them. So in Twam, I saw, here's a way that I can genuinely help people. I can genuinely help to improve their lives, you know. So, yeah, and I also saw that it was, they were looking for someone who was willing to learn new software and to do sort of digital marketing things. I'm the kind of person that loves learning new skills and figuring out new pieces of software and finding new ways to do things. So it just seemed like the absolute perfect role for me. So yeah, I sent an application in and went from there.
And yes, we went from there. So what excites you about working for Twam?
The main thing that drives me is just the fact that the work of Twam is so incredibly transformative. The difference it makes, you can't miss it. It's really incredible, you know. And I've been learning this from Mike. He's been telling me that about the cycle of poverty and the cycle of dependence that so many charities struggle with. You know, once you support someone, you have to keep supporting them because they get used to this support. Whereas when you see just what one toolkit can do and how far that can go and support someone throughout their life, just seeing that transformation, and you know, when I'm adapting the stories, it's just incredibly inspiring every single day, really. So that's the main thing. It's just seeing the long-term impact and the long-term solutions that tools can offer. I also love the part of the job where I get to constantly learn new things. You know, on my apprenticeship, my fundraising course, it's amazing to find all these new ways to do things and learn about each aspect of fundraising and how we can bring that into our sort of strategy. I love the graphic design side of it. I'm very fortunate to be given the opportunity to do a lot of design. I've done a few of our leaflets now. I designed this display banner, and I also did I did our main website and our volunteering website. So it's not something I'd done before, but Mike gave me the opportunity to do this and to learn these things. And I've really found, a passion for doing these things. I really enjoy doing them. And also, it's just the environment. It's all the incredible volunteers and the staff that I get to work with. Just everyone who is working so hard to get these tools where they need to go. So, yeah.
Yes, and the evidence of that from someone who says, I've never done that before, is evident of the skill, isn't it, that James brings to us. So on that basis, how have you improved our overall image and profile?
Yes. So...
Yeah, careful now, mate, careful.
So where it starts really is the website. I think that was the first sort of task I was given, was how can we sort of adapt a website. Twam, as I was researching this, I've realised that Twam's had sort of many websites over the years. You know, Twam's always been really good at sort of evolving and keeping up. You know, every few years or so, the website would go through a redesign. So it was just really good to see that it was constantly evolving. So I thought, okay, I've got to do this right if I'm going to redesign it. So I spent quite a lot of time researching web design techniques and recommendations. We use a platform called Google Analytics, which shows how people are using your website. You can analyze that data, and I use that to try and optimize our website and lay everything out, make it very easy to navigate and make it look very modern. So since the redesign, we have actually seen more visitors. People are more engaged with the website. They engage with our content for a longer time. They're making less clicks before they get to their destination. So it looks like it's worked in some way. It's a bit optimized. But I thought it would be interesting actually to go on a sort of journey through the past of Twam's websites and show you from the first website leading up to now. So here's the first sort of iteration of the website. it's really interesting to see, I think all of the, I just like seeing all of the different pictures and seeing how it keeps up. So this is 2 years later in 2007. It's quite a drastic redesign, really. This is, I think I was meant to put 2011 there. That shouldn't be 2005. But this is the familiar sort of orange theme. Then a few years later, it changed again. And this one, was it? You were involved with this one, were you, Mike? This was right. This was the sort of rebranding. Oh, it's absolutely lovely. No, really, I loved seeing them all. It's just great to see it constantly changing. So this was the website 2021, and then this is the website now with that picture of Harriet, which I hope isn't overused, but I think it's an amazing picture. So I sort of use it in a lot of places because it's very sort of striking, I think. So yeah, that was one side. It was the website, and a part of that is it's focusing on the fact that whilst our main impact is in Africa, we do also have a strong impact in other areas as well. And one of those is on the environment and on sustainability. So we have a new sustainability page on our website, which is talking a bit about our statistics, our environmental impact. We save hundreds of tons of tools from landfills every year, and this has the effect of actually saving over 1,000 tons of CO2 emissions, which is really substantial. It's a huge impact to have. So we're really trying to push this because every company now wants green environmental publicity. It's essential at this point in time. So by having this page on our website, it means that these companies are able to find us much easier. When they're searching for sustainability-related causes to support, we will pop up on there now because we're talking much more about it. So they'll find these keywords, and it's hopefully going to lead to more support for us. So another thing that we're focusing more on as well is our UK impact. Because obviously we have hundreds of volunteers helping us out across England and Wales, making the work possible. And we have some people who are volunteering with us to help their mental health, and we work with organisations like WS Training and Realise Futures to give work experience to people with learning difficulties and with additional needs. So that's something that we really want to show that we're doing. So recently we started a new newsletter called the Local Impact newsletter, which is on, again, it's another page on our website called the Local Impact page, just showing what we are actually achieving in the UK as well. And so these are a couple of pages. You won't be able to read it, but you can find it on the website, just showing stories of what our volunteers have done and what they've achieved. There's Charlie having refurbished 2,000 vices for Twam, and there's an introduction to the tools in bench in our warehouse. It's just showing people what goes on behind the scenes so they can connect more with the UK side of it as well. So yeah, that's the three-part focus. Africa is and always will be the main focus and the main impact of everything that Twam does, but I think it's good to also tell people about the other impact, because we're kind of widening our audience and widening the kind of people that we can appeal to as well. We're focusing more on expanding our social media presence as well. We're incredibly fortunate to have very loyal, long-term supporters who keep us going. And we're trying to expand our influence as well and reach new audiences. So social media is a very affordable way to do that, and it has a really wide reach, much wider than traditional media now. So every charity really needs a digital presence. So we've been posting a lot about all the stories in Africa, and people really love to see those, and people love the container loading posts to see what we've been doing in the UK. And we're also experimenting with running advertising campaigns on Facebook. It's mainly an advertising platform, so it's a good way of getting people who don't know us to see us and to follow us on Facebook. And once they follow us, we can sort of ask them to donate to us. It's all this idea of, cultivating a supporter in a way. It follows something called the fundraising funnel, which is like the sales funnel, where you sort of you're at the top level and you make them aware of what you're doing, and then they become interested, then they become engaged, and then they become committed. That's what we're really trying to help people, to take them on that journey, really. So, yeah, that's about it.
Well, a short answer, but hey-ho.
Did say I had to fill half an hour, so I thought...
But again, it just highlights the incredible talents that James is bringing to us. So we're currently facing unprecedented economic challenges with cost of living and inflation. So charitable giving is often adversely affected in such times. So how are you helping Twam respond to this?
Yes, so... So the sort of big focus at the moment is an upcoming it's a digital campaign called Just One Tool, and the idea is it's going to have two aspects to it. Obviously, we always need donations, but people are obviously having much less disposable income to be able to donate. So we're trying to split it in half. So the donation side of it is that we're trying to get people to sponsor our alternative gifts and things like that. But another side of it is we're trying to engage, we're trying to use different platforms we haven't used before. So the big one is going to be something called influencers. Now, influencer is someone who has a huge amount of, a huge following online. So you can speak to them and ask them if they'll speak about your cause and share it with their audience. So we've spoken to Tommy Walsh, who is a patron of Tools with a Mission, actually, and we're going to contact other people in relevant sectors like Nick Knowles, Alan Titchmarsh, Monty Don, all these people who may have an interest in our work and who'd be willing to share it with people. So we've used this tagline, Just One Tool, to show that, okay, maybe you can't afford to give us a big donation, but actually, you just need to give us one tool. It's kind of a tagline because once they do that, they've heard of us, they're aware of us, and hopefully when the economic climate improves, they'll be able to donate to us. So it's a way of getting them involved, even though they may not be able to give a large donation at the moment. So this is an example of a post that we ran, actually. It's called a brand awareness post, so it's the pure purpose is telling people, this is us, we're Twam, this is what we do, follow us. And you can see this is a wonderful picture of Diana looking incredibly happy with her sewing machine. And 262 people who had never heard of us before liked this post. So that's 262 people that are suddenly interested in what we're doing and that are going to keep following our work. So it's a really effective way of engaging new people. And this is something that I've been learning from Mike, actually, is framing it in a way to make it more personal. Because my initial ad, what I was going to write, was a very general one. It's help us send tools to vulnerable people in Africa. But Mike suggested making it more personal and saying, help a woman like Diana. If you give a name to it and you put a face to it, it makes it so much more impactful, and it helps people to connect with it much more because, this is someone who has actually been helped by the tools. So that's why I chose that picture. That's it. Oh, and the next part of it, so that's just one tool. The next part of it is a separate campaign called Fund the Journey. So what we're trying to do here is get people to fund a certain number of miles of a container. So, the alternative gift that we push the most is a sewing machine, but that's still £25. Whereas with Fund the Journey, they can fund 5 miles for £5. Or they can fund 3 miles for £3. It's a way of getting people to still donate and to still engage, but giving a bit less. It makes it much more affordable and much more attainable. So we've got a lot of different ways to get people engaged with this. Here's the progress page. But one of them is the ship journey. So as people donate and as the price of the container goes up, we'll actually see the ship progress across the screen, and people will be able to see when it reaches its final destination. And once it has, we'll add it to the amount of containers funded so far. So we're hoping this will be something that's really ongoing and people will always be able to donate to. If they don't have £25 for a sewing machine, well, they can just give, £5 towards a container. And this is all done via DonorBox, which is a new platform that we've been using to process donations. So this is part of, we're always trying to expand and find new and more efficient ways to do things. So as I showed before, DonorBox lets you integrate all this in your website. You don't need to know how to code or anything like that. They design it all for you. You just put it on your website. So it makes it really streamlined and it makes it look really professional. And we're also encouraging people to do their own fundraising for us a lot more. So this is Facebook's built-in fundraising procedure. So it's much better because people are more willing to donate to someone that they know. If one of your family members or friends says, hey, donate to Tools with a Mission, you'll be able to trust it much more because you know them and you trust that they are supporting a good cause. Whereas if they've never heard of us before, it's much harder to get someone to donate to a cause they've never heard of before. So, yeah. There you go.
So, last question then, James. A huge focus is currently on rugby and getting the funding in place of rugby. So how are you helping us with that?
Yes, so along with those campaigns, a big part of it is making applications to trusts and foundations, obviously, who we hope will help us. So we've put in a few applications recently. As Mike spoke about them earlier, it's a hard climate for every charity, and a lot of trusts and foundations are not able to offer as much support as they were in the past. But we have received a few grants, a few very generous grants actually. One of those is from the Peter Stebbings Memorial Charity. Now, they gave us a very generous grant towards shipping, and we're hoping to develop the relationship with them, which is actually going to be my final assessment for my apprenticeship, is how to make that pitch to the Peter Stebbings Memorial Charity to continue supporting us. So this is an example of just a couple of pages of the report that we put together for them. They only asked for a very short report, with a few bullet points, but we thought it's a good idea to go much further than that and give them more than they asked for. So we've given them a story, we've told them about the impact of it and update on how that will impact our wider plans, and we're going to be giving them an update every quarter to keep them engaged with it. So this is all part of what I'm learning from Mike and what I'm learning on the apprenticeship. Hopefully that will work.
Well, thank you, James. So anything else you would like to add?
Should be it.
Should be it. Well, we've got 5 minutes, folks. Anybody got any questions for James? Or comments? Something really, really, really difficult. Yes? What is the web page?
Just Twam. Oh, which one? The main website? Just twam.uk. Yeah, that's it.
Can you say exactly how much it costs to send a container? I have asked one or two people.
Yeah, right. How much does it cost to send a container? It does vary from country to country. 20-foot container going to Zambia is around the 7,000-ish mark. 5,500 to 6,000 to go there. Thank you, Paul, Zambia coordinator. Linda, how much to send one to Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe country coordinator. Yes? 8,000 or 9,000 to send one there. And if Peter was here for Uganda, I think Uganda is about, thank you, Paul, 10,000. But yes, thank you, Paul. But a lot of it is down to one, obviously, distance of travel, but mostly it's where the country is. Zambia, we are very fortunate, do not charge import taxes on charitable goods as a rule. Uganda does, Zambia does to a much, Zimbabwe does to a smaller extent. So they're the main countries we're sending to, and their costs. There we are, wonderful. You didn't answer that question, James.
I thought the expert.
And anything else? No. Well, in that case, I think it's such a huge encouragement, isn't it? When we have people of such skill and talent being brought into the charity, and the huge impact James has already had. I mean, a lot of this green sustainability is James. Because my background is very much development and Africa. I just want to talk about Africa. And James came in and was very firm. No, we have this massive win in the UK, and we're not talking about it, and we need to be. And he was absolutely right. And therefore, we now have this much bigger picture. And certainly we know corporates have been coming on board and ringing us up. And what they're picking up on is the green sustainability side. So that was a very wise move from James. So thank you, James. You've been wonderful.
Thank you, Mike.
So I'll now hand us over to the last half hour to Tim.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Elliott, and I've been involved with Twam for 22 years now. And as many of you know, we had been planning to pay a tribute to Bill Dewhurst some 2 years ago when he stepped down as a board member. But that was scuppered by the arrival of the dreaded lurgy in the form of COVID-19. But we still wanted to do something in person. So now, somewhat delayed, we can. And I've been given the honour of leading this tribute. So please, Bill and Beryl, would you come up so I can embarrass you properly? One of the interesting things about trying to prepare for this was to find any photographs of Bill or Beryl. And it's a mark of them both that they are so modest that they are not featured in many of the photographs that, in the records. So I've found a few, but it is very few, and they will come up on the screen every so often. If ever anyone deserved the accolade of Mr. Twam, it's Bill Dewhurst. The amazing position that we have heard about today is not just the result of the work that's gone on recently, but it's really, to a large extent, due to the foundations that Bill, as a faithful follower and hearer of God, had laid. For those who don't know it, I'm going to give a very short history lesson of Twam, going back to the 80s. Twam was born out of the work of Operation Agri, which was an auxiliary of the Baptist men's movement. In fact, it still is, isn't it? Under the auspices of OA, a department was set up to collect and refurbish second-hand tools for use in missionary work, and an organisation of collectors was set up across England. At a similar time, a workshop was being established in Southend, and storage facilities, a garage, were being used in Kent. And in 1984, Twam came into separate existence with the appointment of Mr. Tools. In 1985, the Baptist Men's Movement National Council proposed to form a new auxiliary, namely Twam, which was finally agreed at an AGM of the BMM in March 1986, with the first committee held on the 12th of April 1986. Bill was a member of the Baptist Men's Movement and became involved with Twam, typically making the generous offer of his barn just up the road from here at Kingscroft as a backup store. But by May 1991, the records show that Bill's barn was, and I quote, developing as a useful facility with a workbench, plenty of storage, and a small group of men working there. It was at this point that Bill was invited to become a member of the General Committee, and that was to be followed by almost 30 years of service as a committee member and as chair from 1997, then chair of trustees when Twam became an independent charity in 1999, and then chair of the board when Twam became a company limited by guarantee in 2004. He stepped down from that position as chair in 2013, but continued to serve on the board until 2020, and he's continued to give his time to Twam. Throughout all those years with Twam, he's had the dedicated support of Beryl, perhaps most notably through hosting the Twam barbecue in the Kingscroft Garden, which I'm sure some of those here will remember. Bill oversaw an astonishing transformation of Twam over those years, and much of it was down to his faithfulness and vision. When operations started to overflow his own barn, it was Bill who organised the transfer from his barn and negotiated the renting of the premises at Perry Barn in Sproughton in September 1995, even as some people muttered, "It's far too big." I think that has been the cry in every move that Twam has undertaken. Say, well, we'll just be in that corner there. And then 2 minutes later, we're overflowing everywhere. It was his vision to take on an employee when the funds hardly looked strong enough to justify such a step. His vision to step out in faith to rent the premises at Bailey Close in 2004 at a rent that looked absolutely vast, and then to try and purchase the premises at a price that many would have balked at when they were offered to Twam as a sitting tenant in 2006. And I'm sure many people know the story of how that took place and how the funds just rolled in. As if being chairman wasn't enough, Bill went on to become the overseas coordinator for Uganda, and you'll be hearing from some of his friends there later. I first met Bill in 2000 when he interviewed me for the role of administrator of Twam, and fortunately for me, agreed to take me on. He was always the most courteous and supportive of employers, and I'm honoured that we became friends and I believe worked well together as we tried to expand the scope of Twam in the early 2000s. Bill was always very generous with his time, and his regular presence in the office was vital in what would otherwise have been a very lonely job. He was supportive when I suggested that I took a trip to Uganda in 2002 to see Twam's work in action. That was the first trip that ever went and sort of has led on over the years. And again, when I recommended establishing a presence in the country, including taking on an employee and sending out a container to store Twam's goods. His friendship and generosity became even more important to me when he gave me, in spite of Beryl's misgivings, because she thought it would leave Bill holding the baby again, a glowing reference for my application for the job that took me off to work in Uganda. Then, when we came on home on leave, Bill would generously lend us a car to get about. It was always a delight to welcome him and Beryl to our home in Uganda when they visited Twam projects in the country. And he would often lead small teams of people to see what was going on. My son's mother-in-law went on one of Bill's trips and described it as inspirational and the best holiday she'd ever taken. So from me, it is a heartfelt thank you to Bill and Beryl for all they have done for Twam and for me. I'm now going to ask one or two other people, and there'll be some videos, to say a few words about Bill. And first, Des, would you come up? Des was the barn foreman at Perry Barn until we took on a second employee at Twam. So he's known Bill through thick and thin. Des.
Thank you very much for this honour and privilege of seeing Bill and Beryl here again. Mind you, Tim has stolen a lot of my thunder that I was going to talk about. But then that's life, isn't it? To tell you who I am, I suppose I'm probably the most senior volunteer, certainly at Ipswich, and it might even be overall, I don't know. I've known Bill for 26 years, and I've been a volunteer at Ipswich Depot for 26 years. And I've been told by the foreman, the warehouse foreman, that you can never retire. You fade away. And I think that's going to be my theme. I've now reached the grand old age of 90, and I'm still there. And so thank you for that accolade, but I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about them. And I said I've known Bill and probably Beryl as well since 1996, roughly, I would say. And first met him possibly at Perry Barn. And from there, with other members of the team, names that you won't know, like Cyril Cox, John... who was Agri? Can't think of his name now. Yeah, Jack Norwood I was trying to think of. They were all involved in various ways, and I can certainly remember Bill particularly. We never had a van, we just had this pickup, which was Bill's personal vehicle, actually. And we used to go all over the place picking stuff up. So I've done that job of picking stuff up, as well as working most of the things in the barn, sorting the tools, and forklift, and loading the containers, so on. And I can remember Cyril Cox, who I was sort of we worked together, really, I suppose. And wherever we went, Bill would say, well, take my truck. So we had to go down to Manganese Bronze, which is near Sainsbury's in Ipswich, and in a vehicle. Then we pick up his truck, off we go for picking up wherever it was. I don't know where, I can't remember, various places. Certainly not the scope that we have now of picking tools up all over the country. And so I remember Bill very kindly lent us his vehicle, and that's just one aspect of it. Apart from that, and also the lovely teas and the barbecues that we had in their garden up at Thelston Lane. Oh, they were wonderful times when we were there, and also the meetings that we had in the house very often. I was there, and several others, of course, who many have passed on now. And so, Bill, I'm just amazed that how have you managed to retire? That's what I'm wondering. I'd like to know how it's done, because I know Trevor, our manager, of course, in the barn, said, no, you can never retire. He said, we might let you go at 95. So.
Do you remember you came back with Cyril on one occasion with a load of bicycles?
Oh, yeah.
On the back of this pickup and tied on with rope?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Another rather interesting thing is...
Said to Cyril, park it down the bottom of the car park. Company's car park.
Yeah. Another thing, if you remember at Southend, from the church there, we picked up lots of these square carpet tiles. They were getting rid of them. Yeah. And my son has still got some of them now. Yeah. Bill might want to say a few things to you.
No, all I was going to say was, later in the day, I got a call from my managing director, and he said, Bill, what is this pile of rubbish that's on the director's car park? And I said, no idea, Ken. I said, but I'll get it moved for you.
Oh yeah, we had some fun in that truck. You know, what was it, mate? What Czechoslovakian, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
There was a very unusual make. There was more engine than there was body. And we only had a sort of square thing at the back to put the stuff in. So you think how far Twam has come from that time with just borrowing a truck and other trucks that we used to buy. I remember being given or collecting what was it, a 7-tonner, I think, and because I had a license, etc. And I remember we were going to Manchester to the tool place up there to pick some stuff up. But I refused to take this vehicle because the mirror on the other side was moving around like that. The seat was moving as well. And as I was recently, had recently retired from the police force, I thought, I'm not taking this. So that was that. So I never did go. I think we must have gone to Manchester in a vehicle, but certainly not in that one. But anyway, yes, it's been a real pleasure to know Bill and Beryl over many years. As I said, the times that we had meals in their garden, Thurlston Lane, we look back in memory and realise what wonderful times we had. But so, if anybody here is a new volunteer, forget retiring. Don't bother. Don't bother, you fade away. Don't forget that. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Des. And now we've got a short clip from Andrew Gabula, who Bill had many dealings with in Uganda, and he wanted to pay a small tribute.
Let me start by saying that I must congratulate Mr. Bill Dewest for the good race you have run with Twam. Since 2000, with Twam, I must say there is no regrets. First, I must say, Mr. Bill, thank you so much for the partnership, working with Twam from the day of just being receiving partner to a volunteer regional coordinator. I have been learning a process for me. I can't regret anything that from being a receiving partner as a director of URICT Uganda for many years, always it helped me, your partnership, your friendship with me as Governor and director of URICT Uganda. It helped me to go to places as Twam members and board members to select me as a regional coordinator for Eastern Uganda for Twam. So this has not been only that, but it has helped me a learning process for me, and I've learned a lot in this partnership with Twam and your friendship. So really, I have to thank you for the friendship and partnership with Tools with Emission UK. Good advices from Bill the West. On behalf of URICT Uganda, thank you so much, Mr. Bill, for developmental ideas you gave us to start a vocational skilling center. The establishment of our vocational skilling center in the Kamuli, Uganda, Eastern Uganda, the skilling center with a workshop has enabled us to impact skills in students, also repairing of tools and equipments. You are going to send in our communities, in my life, and entire Uganda. Then, second, another thing is that it gave me opportunity to visiting the UK. This was a lifetime experience. I was welcomed like it's a home. I do remember I got a lot of experience by visiting UK because of my partnership with Tools with the Mission and getting connection with you, Bills and US. I made friends and experienced firsthand what Twam goes through to provide to us tools and equipments in Uganda or in the whole world. Another issue is that, Mr. Bill, I have to thank you so much once again for connecting me with powerful and professional people of Twam family. Who cares? Who have a kind and a giving heart? It's really a special charity in the world that Tools with a Mission people, donors and workers and board members of Tools with a Mission, really they have a kind giving heart. Really, God bless you and God rewards you, all you people. Bill Dewes, thanks so much for connecting me with those people of Tools with a Mission. I can't regret even one day. I'll keep and forever I'll remain grateful. Just know we love you so much, Mr. Bill.
It's an example of how the influence of one man can spread all over the place. If you see on your screens now a picture that I took in 2002 in Katwe in Uganda. And it is Alan Chadbourne, who has known Bill for many, many years, and who's going to come and speak to him. But he's seen the operation from both ends as a recipient of tools as well as a provider of them.
Yes, I feel very honoured to be up here amongst you all, because you've maintained a huge amount, all of you, and especially Bill. Take you back a few years in history, as Tim said. Idi Amin amused the world, didn't he? And then he fell from power, and the barracks in Moroto was broken open by the local tribe. They helped themselves to all the AK-47s and then proceeded to raid their neighbours, the Teso people, of all their cattle. The Teso relied on their cattle for ploughing, for milk, and for marriages. Being robbed, always seeing their cattle going, some of them collected some weapons and tried to resist. Museveni's army, which was quite new at that time, thought this was a rebellion and put them all into restricted camps. At last, some bishops advised Museveni of the misunderstanding, and he issued an amnesty. Youth with a Mission had been involved in helping the Teso people at some risk to themselves, and gradually the people were able to go back to their own homes. At that point, Anne and I were looking for a suitable work in Uganda, in Africa, and Youth with a Mission offered the opportunity. So we went there and saw that they were destitute, not only of cattle, but being robbed of most other things as well, including tools. We arrived there to do more long-term work in '93, and a charity in Suffolk had sent some tools to help us, but they weren't up to Twam standard. We had to sharpen the saws. One saw was sufficiently worn that the best thing to do was to file all the teeth down to nothing, scratch lines 7 to an inch, and cut new teeth. So when we came to Castle Hill Church with my sister on leave in '95, we were introduced to Twam. We went round, Bill took us round to his barn, and it was like an Aladdin's cave. It was wonderful. So from then on, Twam helped us with tools, which equipped my workshop, and I was able to equip the young men who worked with me. I mean, you've seen the tools here, just like those kits. But not only that, at one stage I wanted to punch holes in sheet metal to make a sorter for sorting the stones out of rice and beans. And they sent me a fly press to do the... Now, a fly press, if you haven't seen one, is a huge thing which weighs, 200 weight? It came out, Twam sent it out, and it went into the luggage locker of the bus in in Kampala, 6 hours journey up to northeast Uganda. So all sorts of things. And even after we left, Twam continued to help and send some things like electric welders, because electricity has now come to those places and they're using angle grinders and welders. I brought a memory stick to give you more pictures than up there, but it doesn't connect. So I just have to wave my arms around and use your imagination. But a huge thank you to Bill for setting this up, getting it going, and these young men are still corresponding with me. Some of them make metal doors, beautiful metal doors, all kinds of things. One of them is just having, as an ex-primary student, gone through various levels of carpentry training, has now just finished a 2-year instructor course in order that he can do vocational training. So all sorts of things down to what you guys have helped with. So thanks very much, Bill, and all of you.
I remember distinctly collecting that from Les and June Munn, who'd collected it from their home. What area they were in?
Dorset.
Dorset, that's right. And I went down there to speak at a meeting, and I brought this flow press back. Les and I got it onto the back of the truck, hauling it up. I don't know how we did it. Anyway, we got it on, loaded all this other stuff on, and this pickup was quite well loaded. And I remember going up the motorway, and there was this big boat being towed, and I thought, I'll get in the outside lane and I'll get past it and pull in. Just as I got in front of it, there was a huge bang, tyre had blown. And I managed to steer it into the side and had to get somebody out. And the mechanic who came out, he looked and he said, I think you must be overloaded. I said, am I? Really?
In a moment, we're going to hear from Martin Humphreys, but I just wanted to read one or two excerpts from an email he had sent me. He says, there's no doubt that from the day that you, Bill, caught the vision of Tools with a Mission and how it could change so many people's lives, you were determined to put all your efforts into making it what it has become today. Your early work of promoting the work of Twam and your support with the provision of premises was an invaluable contribution. Your determination and encouragement to all the volunteers as the work expanded and moved to Bailey Close was so important. I thoroughly enjoyed working for Twam, and as I've said many times, those years were the most enjoyable of my working life. I can echo that. I think we worked well together, and I appreciated your attention to detail and help in so many ways as we built the Twam brand. We enjoyed the 25-year celebration event at the Suffolk Showground and the national coverage we had with the Radio 4 appeal with Tommy Walsh. Your heart was always focused on the true value of the goods that we sent and how they were distributed to the many projects that we supported. Both you and Beryl have been so generous over the years with your time and money, which ultimately in value to the recipients has been beyond measure. Your faithfulness and commitment has had an impact on countless lives. Martin will now say a few words himself.
Growing up in Ipswich, I mean, it wasn't difficult to not know about Tools with a Mission and what was going on. I mean, in my church life, it was always to the front, and that's how we knew Bill, really, because I sort of grew up in the church. Bill was always a busy man. He was one of my favourite lay preachers. And my boys' brigade captain. And it was a natural thing, really. We just knew about Tools with a Mission, and the whole charity thing has always attracted me. And as well as that, there was an input from our children came out here to Africa, and we came here, and we could see the need even round here in South Africa. But so, when I joined Twam, it was a dream, really, to be able to be involved in something practical like that. Bill was great. His attention to detail is absolutely spot on. With a charity for the first time, with charity commission, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Bill was absolutely right there. And the hours that man put into the work, I can't describe to you, really. Right. And that had a great impact on me, and it did. It had a great impact throughout the whole organisation, all the volunteers, and I think we got on really well, and we had some fun talking about Bill. That was his determination to get things right with, even the basic things with the toolkits, understanding the true value of what Twam was giving to these people, and the true value and the change in their lives that there would be. And I remember I used to go in some of the places in Uganda, and people would ask me, "Oh, well, where's Mr. Bill?" Or no, sometimes, "Where's Reverend Bill?" Or they even promoted to Bishop Bill sometimes. Bill was well respected out there, and it's beyond measure, really, the amount of benefit that has been given to so many people out there to change their lives. And Bill and all the volunteers, but think that Bill's faithfulness and commitment to Twam, that's made so much difference to so many people's lives.
And one more clip from Maureen Mugisha, who is the head of Mindset now in Uganda, Twam's country partner there. And you can see a picture over there. I had thought I had put a picture of Maureen that I had taken in 2002 when I first met her, when she was working for an organisation called the Entebbe Christian Women's Association. And I think you would have been amused to see her 20 years ago and now. But this is Maureen, who has become quite a friend, I think, really.
I'm so happy to talk about Bill, who we heard of Twam 2004 when I was working with Entebbe Christian Women. Then in 2006, I'm pushing backwards. During registration of Twam, I am one of the people who endorsed, and still Bill was involved in that. Then 2010, Bill Dewhurst and his wife, Vero, they used to work together with the wife. His humility will always be remembered. And 2018, when I visited Tools with a Mission Ipswich, and we had a meeting, an AGM which I attended, and you were there. Yeah. Bill and Barry again hosted me to their home for 2 nights, I think. Through Tools with a Mission, Bill helped us to get the equipment we wanted, and those visits encouraging us, talking to us, was of great help. And we always say Tools with a Mission is a source of our strength, because all the equipment that we started with was from Twam. And then the visiting group, we are always happy to have them. And Bill will leave a legacy, I'm sure. Because over the years, every student goes away with a package of a sewing machine. And when we used to get catering equipment, I'm sure you saw the cooker from Tools with a Mission. We have garden tools from the Tools with a Mission. Quite many, it's enormous. Remember, we've been operating since 2005. And then our workshop is entirely supported by Tools with Mission. Since we became in partnership with Tools with a Mission, we get every container that comes, we always have something. Definitely when you work for long and age catches up with you, you have to retire, but I would implore, he still comes in because to us, he has left a legacy. And we are also happy to be in partnership with you. Bill, that the blueprint he put on Mindset and other organizations in Uganda tells it all, and he has left a legacy. And we hope he will have time also to visit if he can. We would really love to have him so that he sees the achievement we have achieved because of him, of his humility, and all of you at Twam, sincerely, we are very happy. I always get touched when I visit and I see those people refurbishing the machines and, and all that. We shall always be indebted to everyone at Twam. The reason we stand is because of Tools with a Mission, equipment, and all the effort you put in as a team. May you be blessed more and more.
Well, I think it's probably time to hand over to Simon, who will make a small presentation.
Bill's looking at me with a kind face. It wasn't the case sitting in Cambridge Services about 10 years ago when it was more of a steely eye that basically said, "Are you in this or not?" And it was a look that convinced me that it was worth doing, because this man was committed and he wanted committed individuals alongside him. And that's one of the things that drew me into Twam and deeper into Twam. So I'm grateful to you, Bill. I won't say any more. We've got a couple of things for you. First of all, Tim, I think you've got, because behind, I won't claim the line. It's a line from a well-known song. Behind every great man, there is a great woman. So, Beryl, we thank you for your support of Bill. So, just Beryl, thank you.
It's been a joy to do all we have done for Twam, and days I'll never forget, visits I've been to in England as well as abroad. It's just been fantastic, and I hope through what we've done we have indeed helped people, and thank you for these.
Bill, we thought long and hard, what might you like? Or what might be appropriate for us to give you? We've not spent a lot, which you'll be pleased to know. Will? The plaque says, "Our sincere thanks and appreciation to Bill Dewhurst for your many years of leadership, commitment and hard work, from your friends at Tools with a Mission." And because you won't want to carry that round with you every day, one of our members has handmade, because it's part of our tradition, has handmade some beautiful turned pens so that each of you can carry a little bit of Twam with you. I'll put some on the table.
Yeah, that would do that. Otherwise, I might possibly drop it.
You want to say a few words, Phil?
Now I've lost my notes. Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to say much, but what I am going to say is what a lot of you are attributed to what I did. I only did it because of the support of many of you and many others who were working with us in the beginning who've passed on. This has always been a team effort, and we've always had a great team at Tools for the Mission. I mean, it was John Bennett, I think, who first sort of thought about getting Tools for the Mission started when he had the idea after talking to David Stockley about his missionary work. And David was an agricultural missionary who hadn't got any tools to do the job. And it was John who collected together with his school children, the class that he taught, and they took it on as a project to refurbish the tools, raised the money and sent them out. And then John took it to the Baptist Missionary Society. And as Tim has already said, not Baptist Missionary Society, the Baptist Men's Movement, I should say. And it was through them and through their association with the Tools Mission Workshop at Southend that the tools were refurbished in the early days and they were sent out. And then when the barn became available, we referred to it as Bill's barn. It's not my barn, it was Beryl's dad's barn. Beryl's dad died tragically, and she got left the farm, not me. I don't own anything. And she was the one who, when we knew that Tools for the Mission were looking for premises, said, well, there's the barn. And it was exactly as Tim said, well, we don't need all that space. Can we just have that little bit up the corner? And we said, have what it like. And within, I don't know, a matter of months, I suppose, all my stuff had been moved out of the barn and Tools for the Mission had moved in. And it was then that we began to get together a group of people who came willingly, volunteered of their time, and they did a marvellous job. In fact, they did a bit more than what they were supposed to do. They actually we had 2 pet goats, and they actually fed our goats with their sandwiches that they left lying about that the goats found before they could get to them. The goats are very good at unwrapping sandwiches, and they ate all the sandwiches. But it's been wonderful. And people like Jack Norwood from Southend, who was very instrumental in getting things going. Jack, in fact, used to have the name of Mr. Tools. And he and John Varrell, who also knew a lot about tools, were instrumental in the early days. Tim, as he said, was our first employee. We'd always been very careful about not spending money on employees. We went with volunteers, but there came a time when we had to get somebody because I wasn't always at the barn every day, and then people would start jobs, and then somebody else would come in tomorrow, and they'd start the same job. So we had 2 jobs going. So we said, we got to stop this. And it was then that we employed Tim. I felt very embarrassed at the time because really we hadn't got much of a job and we couldn't afford to pay very much. But Tim saw it as a calling, and he came and he was with us for 20-odd years, wasn't he?
It was 5 years at the first instance.
5 years at first, yeah, that's right, yeah. You came for 5 years. And I remember when he got that job in Uganda, we were working in the field, putting fencing around a field to keep some horses in. And Tim promised that day that he would make a decision. And he appeared at the top of the field, and Beryl said to me, what decision do you reckon he's made? And I said, I have no idea. I said, but I'm afraid he's going to go. And I was right. But we've always kept in touch ever since, haven't we? Yeah. And that's been marvellous, and the way he supported and did the work. Maureen Magusha, I'm glad you put that shot up there because I think Maureen should be here as well because she did an awful lot, didn't she, in the early days, supporting the work of Twam in Uganda and of teaching these young girls. Many of them will talk, well, you heard about some of them, but you go and see them and they will talk about the wonderful things Maureen did. One thing, it's been said and emphasised time and time again about how God has worked and the miracles that have taken place. Now, I just want to tell you about a miracle that I can remember going back to the early days, and then I'll shut up. This was particularly, we had a request from, I think it was Uganda. It's so long ago I can't really remember. But we had a request from a young man in Uganda who was disabled. And he wrote to us and he said, could we send him a wheelchair? And he sent a photograph of himself and he said, I need a wheelchair to get about. He worked in a tea plantation. And the only thing is, he said, I'm disabled and it has to be something that's very light. And he showed us a picture of himself, and his legs were probably not as thick as my wrists. He was very... And we looked at it and we said, well, how can we do anything about this? And I think it was Jack who said to Southend, who they were a very good crew of people there in those days, and he said, let me talk to Southend. And he explained to the guys there, and they said, well, let's see what we can do. What we would need is an aluminium wheelchair. Now, in those days, aluminium wheelchairs were quite rare, and when you could find them, they were quite expensive. So we didn't hold out a lot of hope. But then someone said, I found one. The only trouble is it's been involved in an accident, and part of the frame is bent. So they said, well, let's have it. So they took it to Southend, and they said, well, we'll try, but in our experience, once you start to try to straighten these aluminium chairs, they'll fracture. Anyway, they tried it, and they straightened it. And they said, so we sent to the guy and said, okay, we've got you the chair, but in those days, we didn't have the money to send things out. We could provide them, but we couldn't pay the cost. We said, you need to, it's going to cost so much to do it. And he came back to us after a while, and he said, my boss's wife is coming out for a visit. And if you can get it to the airport, and he told us which airport it was and which flight it was and all that, if you can get it there, she will bring it out on the aircraft. And we thought, marvellous. So some of the guys went. I can't remember who went, but they took it to the airport. And they met this lady, and she had got 2 children who she was travelling with, and she said she would try. They explained to her why they were there. She didn't really know. I don't think this guy had certainly not told his boss what was happening. But he didn't know about money. He hadn't got any money. And how she was going to get it. And she said, well, we haven't got any money to pay for it. So she said, well, just leave it there and we'll see what happens. And the children started to play. And the girl actually strapped the little boy into the chair. And the time came for, they announced the calling at gate so-and-so for passengers to board. And this boy got his sister to wheel him over to where it was, you see. And this air stewardess came along. And she looked at him, she said, are you boarding on this flight, sonny? And his sister said, yeah. So she said, come on, she said, I'll take you down. I'll get you on before anybody else. He didn't say anything, did he? They wheeled him down, he got out, he went onto the airplane, he was the first one on. They put the wheelchair into the hold. BA never knew that they flew it out for free, but they did. And there it was. And that was a real miracle, if you could nobody was. And that's been the case of Twam ever since, even those early days, as we look and see how it's developed and how it's developing. God's hand is at work. Whenever we've needed money, we've had it. We've never had an abundance of it, but we've had enough. And God has been good. And we, Beryl and I, just thank you for giving us the privilege of being able to be in part of that work. And we've enjoyed it immensely. Time's come to lay it down. And now I try to stay out of the way. It's nice because I can go into the workshop now and nobody knows who I am. So I don't get, oh, what about so-and-so? He's not done. I don't hear any of that. You know, that's good. because there's a new set of people who've taken on. But there are lots of people who are still here, and that pleases me to see how they stuck it all those years. So it's good, and God has been good, and God has used you to encourage many people who've needed tools and who've been given tools, and their lives have been greatly improved. So thank you very much, and thank you for these gifts that we've received. We didn't expect it. I thought when I didn't plan to retire just before the pandemic. That wasn't part of my plan, but when it happened, I thought, lovely, I've got out of that. Because I knew they were planning something. And I said, you don't plan anything, I just want to go, just fade into the distance. But then, unfortunately, somebody, I don't know who it was, I will find out, who started all this, but it's been great. And thank you very much for that. And thank you for the privilege that's been ours. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. I hope you'll agree with me that it's been a fantastic day. It's been a lot of good news, a lot of good fun, and it's been great to see people as well. I wonder if you would stand with me, and I'll close with a prayer. Father God, we thank you for the privilege of serving the purposes of your kingdom. We thank you for the service that is given by people throughout this country and throughout Africa on behalf of the work that you have set us to within Tools with a Mission. We thank you for the love that we demonstrate by what we do. We thank you that your purposes are worth it. We thank you for the example that people like Bill and Beryl have set us. We thank you for the people that serve us faithfully. Father God, we thank you most of all that you are with us as we turn our hand to what we do, and that we see your faithfulness time after time after time. We thank you for the many miracles. We thank you for the provision that you give. And we thank you that you put us in a team to do it. Will you bless us as we leave? Will you keep us safe in our journeys? And bring us together again next year. Amen. Please stay for tea and cake. The cake is a tip to a tip of the head to Uganda tradition. An event like this will always have cake. And so please stay for tea and cake. The cake that was over on the table, I'm assuming, has now been cut into many pieces and is now available. Please go and enjoy. I've been asked, those of you that have badges, please will you leave them in the reception area? Thank you.